Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Adoption of the agenda. Any additions or deletions? Dustin?
I'd like to add a U of A study under new business, I believe.
Okay, that'll be 8.2. Okay, Blaine?
Yeah, and I'd also like to add the letter of reference from the county for the Suffield Grazing Co-op to the agenda that we can discuss.
Okay, that'll be 8.3. Any other additions or deletions? Les?
I'm just under Councillor Correspondence and Information. There's an invite from the Urban 20-Mile Days that I want to bring to Council's attention.
Okay.
And Mr. Reeve, I would also like to add the Dunmore Equestrian Center invitation to their grand opening.
Yes, I was going to bring that up in my... Okay. Anything else? Not seeing it. Dustin's moving the agenda with the additions. Vote. Ooh, what's going on? Lloyd. Vote. You're done. Okay, that's carried. Minutes for July 15th. Don't everybody jump at it. Somebody want to move? Keith? Everybody read them? Everything's good with them? No complaints or no issues? Vote. There you go. Okay, that's carried. We will now go to 8.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. Corporate Services is happy to bring you Q2 report. It's not always the flashy or the shiny area, but you're going to hear from some folks that do some pretty amazing work and help plug in and enable other areas of the county to get the work done that they do. So we're going to kick things off with finance and a bit of a financial update from Mr. Hubbard.
Morning, everyone. So we go to the first slide or third slide. So this is going to present the financial operations summary and also the capital report for the first 6 months of this year. Unbeknownst to me, my proofreading sucks, and so therefore. Oh, you're doing it. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then oh, yeah. Can you do that? That would be grand. So my proofreading, I didn't do very well. So some of the slides it says March. Apologize for that. But it is June for the first 6 months. All right. If we look at general government, we're pretty much on par year over year. And where we're at with respect to collection. So at this point, if we exclude prepayments, we're at 97% collected on our property taxes. So that's actually very good for us. If you include the prepayments and the rest of the payments for the rest of the year, we're about 89%. But that's because we're expecting prepayments for the TIP program to pay out for the last 6 months. So actually at 97%, we're really good at this point in time. Under administration, it's an error on our part. There is a insurance allocation of approximately $200,000 that should be recorded, and it hasn't been. So instead of it being 1.542, it actually should be 1.742. So I went in there and I went, oh, we haven't recorded insurance. So we prepay our insurance. So the insurance is we get the bill in November of last year. We prepay it, and then we allocate it through the year on a month-over-month basis. And so we just haven't done that allocation, and so that will be corrected in the on the next report. Just
the same schedule as we are? The annual schedule?
Sorry.
Is their payment January to December? I thought it was on schedule.
So it's actually off schedule. So yeah, so our insurance runs from November 1st to October 31st of the following year. And so it's the 12 months is different from the calendar year. Anyway, but what we do is we use that, we prepay in November, and then it's allocated over not only the last 2 months of the previous year, but the following 10 months in the actual fiscal year. And that's it. Oh, you went too far. Okay, so this is where it's not March, it's actually June. And so a few things. On the revenue on the protective services side, just 60,000 of that is grant money, and 103,000 is actually services charged. A little behind last year, but we're significantly chasing the budget here. We budgeted 175,000. We anticipate that's probably going to be closer to probably 300,000 after all is said and done. This doesn't include the deployment. So recent deployment figures, Red Earth, we charged out 355,000, and that would be in July, and also Edson at 85,000. So that'll show up in the Q3 report. If we look at the rest of the revenues, they appear to be online. With regard to expenses, protective services, with respect to RCMP, we've received the bill. That payment went through in July. The amount of that payment was $900,350. So that's it's under what we kept in the budget. However, we used a portion of the RCMP budget to offset the Canadian Animal Task Force dollars of $15,000. So those appear in two separate lines. And then if you look at municipal services, the emergency management, bylaw, and health and safety, the variance there is mostly salaries, and in part the Canadian Animal Task Force number. So there was a vacancy in the GM position in 2024. Joe came in July of last year. So there's dollars there. And then there's an overlap, obviously, in training when Anna retired, and we brought on Jason Schreiber. So there's a bit of overlap with respect to salary there. So it was budgeted for, but it's just showing up in this report at this point. For FCSS, the big difference there is the $225,000 donation to the women's shelter. And then in planning, we have the variance there is we have an employee on leave first 6 months of the year. And in Ag and Rec, The difference between last year and this year was the community groups were paid in June last year, and in this year they were paid in July. So that's why it's not showing up on the report. And the library was also paid in July of this year and June of last year. So that's why there's a huge variance with respect to that. And then Public Works. So for the most part, Public Works is on budget. Ken's area at least. Where's Ken? Oh, there he is. Anyway, sorry. So yeah, so it's pretty much on budget. They have, just looking at on the expense side, or sorry, let's do with the revenue and do with utilities. So utilities, water-wise, there's been increased water consumption. A lot of that is probably related to the fact that we had a lot of spring rain in 2024, and we didn't have that in 2025. So there's been an increase in water consumption, and you actually see that down in the bottom on the expenditure side too as well. Expenditures up with regards to water purchases from our friends of the city. And then if you're looking at the expenditure side with respect to Public Works, the variance there for the most part relates to snow and ice control costs for the first part of the year. And there's also some hard surface dust control supplies that were added. So we gravelled a lot more in the spring this year than we did last year. Part of that's probably because of rain last year. We didn't get to graveling as soon as we had liked. So, yeah, other than that, the next slide is basically the financial summary. We're pretty much on target, maybe a little under, but we have a lot of initiatives coming in the next 6 months. So I think overall we're good from an operations perspective. Financially, any questions from operations?
No questions?
I'm not used to standing. I'm used to sitting. No? Okay.
For the RCMP bill,
Yeah,
do we make payments on that, or is that just one bill every year?
it's one bill every year. So we received the bill, and then there was an adjustment. The original bill was $859,000, and then there were two adjustments, one for assessment and one for population growth. And so the original invoice was $858,892 was the original invoice. $18,494 was an equalized assessment adjustment, and $22,964 was a population adjustment, totaling $900,350. I will make a note that in the 2026 budget, this is probably going to go up 57%, and it's going to be about 1.4 million. If you want to be really exact, 1.413.
That was my next question, but okay.
Did I anticipate your next question? See? All right, no worries. Yeah, there is a handout. No? Okay, sorry. All right, well, yeah, sorry.
That bill for the RCMP, is that split in between federal and provincial, or just to the provincial government?
We get we get the bill from the provincial government. So it's, the assumption is that the feds bill the province and the province bills us. So, and I apologize for the handout, for not having the handout for the capital report. For the most part, just a few things. The gravel trucks that we purchased are actually on site and are commissioned. They came in on budget. And then for the most part, a lot of the activity has been on bridge files. 1, 2, 3. 3 bridge files for sure, and then some design stage budgets or design stage expenditures. So total to date on the total to date with respect to machinery and equipment was 534,000, which is represents mostly the sander hoppers that we purchased with the trucks. All told, that would, doing quick math, about 1.3 million. And then, sorry, yeah, 1.3. And then on the actual, on the roads, bridges, and buildings side, we've spent 1.09 million on that. Predominantly, though, 3 bridge files, one for 474K, one for 233K, and the other being 214,000. So those are predominantly the majority of what was spent with regards to on the bridges and roads. Other than that, yeah, that's about it from a capital perspective. And I apologize for not having the report in front of you. I'll make sure you get a copy.
Shane?
Yeah, through the chair to, Ken, if I could direct it.
You're on.
There. How is that Bull Trail coming that hill that we're doing a test on, different products?
Through the chair, project has started about 2 weeks ago. The first stage of that project included soil stabilization to strengthen the existing road, and that went very well. We had good weather. It required the right amount of moisture and the right amount of cement, and that went really well. They just started the chip seal, the double chip seal, the first stage chip seal. One lane was done on the weekend, and the other lane was done yesterday. So there's a little bit of curing time to work out any deficiencies in the first lift of that chip seal. And in the next couple of days, we'll be having that final chip seal in it and clean up. So a lot of that, along with that, we did some drainage improvements. We came across a culvert that was pretty much collapsed and buried. So we found that and replaced that to improve that infrastructure. So that's about the update for that.
Thanks, Ken.
We broke the remote. Technology, it's worth 1,000 words, isn't it? And I'm done, thanks.
Okay, Blaine?
I just thought of a question too. I was going to ask Public Works, Ken. Just was wondering. I know we've done quite extensive graveling in the county the last couple of years. Just was curious if where we're at now and if we're still in that project.
Thank you through the chair. We're definitely on track. We're probably ahead of schedule from last year. We're using a little bit, we're anticipating we're going to use a little less gravel this year than last year as we've caught up for the last couple of years, had to make it up. So yeah, so at the end of the day, we're right on par.
All right. So just wanted to go through some financial numbers with respect to the activities for the first 6 months. This is a slide that covers our investment portfolio. So to the end of June 30th, 2025, we have $114.54 million invested. The market value is $114.15, and all of our investments are principal guaranteed. It's just the market will fluctuate back and forth with respect to the coupon rate or the rate or the value of the investment from a market perspective. However, it is principal protected, so that's it. There's really, in essence, no concern, and it varies month over month, day over day kind of thing with regards to the market value of our investments. To June 30th, 2025, we've actually have interest earned of $1.15 million. At the end of Q1, we had $459,600. We're on target for budget. Budget is $2 million in investment income. And yeah, any questions with regard to that? There was just a note. We did a buy in April of this year of $4.5 million. We cashed out in a positive situation $1 million, or actually $2 million worth of GICs, or not, well, yeah, they're GICs, and then $500,000 in provincial Alberta or province of Alberta investment. So those yields were that we cashed out were at 2.9% on 2 of them, 2.8% on the province of Alberta, and it was reinvested at a yield of 4.22. So we actually were able to reinvest those funds at a higher rate than what we were earning on them. And then we have 2 more transactions in July. There's a couple of them that will show up in the Q3 report. Some money was reinvested. $5 million was reinvested at 6%. 6 point. Got to make sure I got this right. I sure hate to be wrong. Hmm. 6.6%. So there was $5 million invested at 6.6%, and then we also reinvested $5.5 million at 4.2%. So it was actually quite positive, given the fact that interest rates have changed quite a bit since last year. So other than that, tax certificates, I think Steve could actually probably speak better to this than I can, but for the most part, we've had more tax, excuse me, more tax certificates requested, 669 to the end of Q2, 354 in Q2, 315 in Q1, certainly greater than in 2024. I think in part it's real estate sales, but there's other factors too as well. We get requests for tax certs or tax certificates when someone's interested in a property. Other than that, how did I do? Okay, good. Well, I'm happy. As long as he's happy, I'm happy. And then for the second quarter statistics, pretty much on par from last year. Number of vendors paid, 1,696 compared to last year, 1,616. We're at 4.4 million at this point this year versus 4.1 last year. AR invoices down a bit, but the value of them are a little higher on a per invoice basis. But that's, for the most part, It's on par. AR collection is, the percentage in collection is actually at 7.5%. So these are people that we sent this to our collection agency to try and collect funds from those people that have outstanding invoices that are greater than 6 months. And then utility bills, obviously, because of greater amount of water being consumed and so on, it's at 1.046 versus 865 last year, and we're at a collection rate of 98%, which is pretty good. And I think I've lost Councillor Hawk. Anything else? And any questions?
I think you're good.
Oof. It apparently is working. Okay, thanks, guys.
Hello, everyone. So one of the things that we've been doing this quarter was with the updates to 7 Persons water fill. It gave us an opportunity to update our software and services for how residents are able to fill. And so what we've done is we've moved our water filling software to the cloud, which does allow residents to add funds to their accounts, as well as check and view their usages online. So now they'll be able to fill outside of our normal hours, not have to come to the shop, and just go and be able to get their water on their own. That's nearly complete. We're just pending additions to our payment processors so that they can actually take payments online. The other portion that we've been doing this quarter is for our planning department. We've added a cloud permit submission portal for them to be able to manage permits and everything online, as well as for residents to go online and to begin to take and apply for permits and pay for permits online. It should make the whole process much easier, and it'll make the tracking for everything way faster, right? And for internally, we've also moved from a document repository that we've hosted on site here, and we've moved that to the cloud as well. And what that does is it improves our tool sets for us to be able to make use of like AI tools to begin to take and scan and auto-populate data on documents that are passing through our office, and just streamline the whole process and make everything way more structured. And beyond that, the only other item would be our improved timesheets for our field staff, as we're trying to get an application out into the field that just lets them track and enter their time way easier than their current process is. And those are the highlights for IT this quarter. Is there any questions on any of those?
Looks good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just noting the time is 10:30 and we have a delegation. If we'd like, we can continue or pause. Okay.
Hello, and through the chair, I would like to thank council for being able to present the 2025 second quarter report for the assessment department. For assessment, there are 3 major parts: gathering information, analyzing the information, and providing information. In Q1, we continue gathering information, we analyzed information, and we provided information. For Q2, we continue to provide the information due to assessment notices, tax notices, reinspection, requests for information, the RFIs that we sent out, and general inquiries. With gathering information, we gathered it through assessment inquiry period inspections and reinspection cycles for both Cypress County rules and the designated industrial property rules. For inquiry periods, In assessments, there are two major inquiry periods, assessment and tax. During the assessment inquiry period, it ran from March 3rd to May 5th, so in Q1 and Q2. Total inquiries were 56, which was an increase of 12 from 2024. They were a mixture of all different types of inquiries, but primarily assessment related. Increase of properties was primarily due to market increase. During the taxing inquiry period, it ran from May 19th to June 30th, so all in Q2 there. Total inquiries were 38, which was an increase of 21 from 2024. They were a mixture of all different types of inquiries, primarily assessment and tax related. Even though they were not all tax related, once people do gather their assessment or tax notices, it'll trigger them to review their assessment notice and call in there with questions. In Q2, there were 71 inquiries, 34 more than in Q1 and 38 more than in Q2 of 2024. For assessment, there was 41, an increase of 12 from Q1 and an increase of 16 from Q2 in 2024. Q2 year to date, there were 70 inquiries, which was an increase of 13 from 2024. For tax, there was 20 inquiries, which was an increase of 18 from Q1 and an increase of 13 from Q2 of last year. Q2 year to date, there was 22 tax inquiries, which was an increase of 13 from 2024. We had 4 DIP inquiries, which was an increase of 4 from Q1. With Cypress County Department inquiries, there were 6, which was the same as Q1. And for appeals, we are happy to say that there was 0 local appeals this year. There are 2 linear appeals, which the Alberta government does assess those properties, and they will take care of those appeals. That's just an overall chart just to show the difference between Q1 and Q2 of inquiries. Inspections. Inspections that are being worked on for Cypress County rolls were reinspection cycles and sales reviews. For the DIP roll properties, it was during the inquiry period and in our reinspection cycle. Assessments are prepared yearly, but a specific area will be reinspected every 5 years, give or take. Information gathered can be done by on-site inspections, ortho maps from requests of informations that are sent out, and other information available to us like MLS. For Cypress County roll accounts, 2,856 accounts will be reinspected. Roughly 10% of farmland accounts are reinspected a year, and roughly 20% of res and non-res accounts are reinspected a year. This year for farmland, 1,994 accounts will be reinspected. By the end of Q2, we were 99% done them. The hamlet of Walsh will be reinspected, which is 100 accounts. And by the end of Q2, there was 86% done. Townsite of Elkwater, there will be 440 accounts reviewed. By the end of Q2, 79% of them will be completed. And rural Southwest Medicine Hat number 3 area will be reinspected. There was 322 accounts there. Hadn't quite started them by the end of Q2. For land title reviews, 101 titles were reviewed from Alberta Land Titles. For the DIP roll accounts, 16 inquiry inspections were done from the assessment inquiry period. The area that is being reinspected for DIP this year is the south area. 129 accounts are in the reinspection cycle, and at the end of Q2, we were 38% done. A couple of things that didn't get into the slide there. 4 of us from the assessment department did attend the annual Alberta Assessor Association's conference in Edmonton during the first week of April. The conference consists of different educational courses and presentations for assessment purposes and the association's annual general meeting. At the general meeting, we are proud to announce that Min Jun Park did receive his certificate of accreditation as an accredited municipal assessor of Alberta, which he did complete last year. I would like to remind the public that we encourage the public to visit Cypress County website. There are great tools available on there, like the tax estimator calculator, information like the sales we use in our analysis. And if you are a part of our reinspection cycle, there are blank copies of the RFIs on there if the one mailed out to you did get lost. The assessment department is always available to discuss assessment year-round. And with that, if there are any questions?
Yeah, you didn't introduce yourself.
Sorry, I'm Tyson Schultz. I'm one of the assessors with the Cypress County Assessment Department.
Good job. That was a good report.
Yeah, lots of info.
Right on. Well, thank you much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, last in the program, first in our hearts, HR results. So we had 8 positions that we were recruiting for in Q2, and the bracket number were the number of applicants. And recruitment continues. And that's all for the report. The recommendation to council is for a motion to accept the reports as presented.
Thank you very much. Dustin's moving to accept the report. Questions on it? Vote. Okay, that's carried. All right, we're running a few minutes late, so our 10:30 delegation's here. We can, I don't think so. Maybe. You guys can take the chairs right up front here, and then whoever wants to speak, you just gotta push the button and the light will turn red when your mic comes on. Just introduce yourself, so, because we're live, so.
And then you can use the clicker to advance yourself.
Okay. I'm Arno Dirksen. I'm the chair of PEP and also the Reeve of the County of Newell. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Beautiful facilities you've got here. But I have to say, Mr. Chair, I had no idea how intimidating it was to appear before council. So.
Thanks, everybody. I'm Jordan Christensen. I'm the vice chair of PEP and the former chair for the Special Areas Board. Thanks, everybody.
Morning, I'm Barb Kulik. I'm the executive director of
You turned it off.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah.
I am the executive director of Palliser Economic Partnership, and my name is Barbara Kulik. And I can just run through a few slides here that I put together, and then I will turn it over to the chair and vice chair.
Thank you.
Is it still on? Okay. So our vision for Palliser Economic Partnership is to be creative and diverse communities growing together in Southeast Alberta. Our mission is to facilitate regional cooperation to position Southeast Alberta as an ideal location for business investment. So I know you can read all through this yourself, so I will summarize as I go. We have found that with the 22 municipalities that we have, from Consort to Brooks to Cypress County to Medicine Hat and all the special areas 2, 3, and 4, the MD of Acadia, we've reached over into the County of Paint Earth now with Coronation as a member, and ACME has also joined PEP. We're discovering that working as a group, we are able to reach into resources that we couldn't on our own, to access resources, whether it's interest rates that we can access for collaborative investment opportunities, or just getting together to discuss any projects we have with our Southeast Alberta growers, which is what we are actually concentrating on right now, mostly is an agri-food readiness program, which I will get to as we go. This just goes over the RETA model, which I'm sure everybody knows about the RETAs in Alberta. We're 9 organizations that span across Alberta, and each one is given a different area. We also have the project examples that we've done over the last few years is we have the Eastern Alberta Trade Corridor. We have the Local to Global Conference. We have done a lot of work with Foremost and Oyen Rail, and we're working right now on the CIB infrastructure funding and the agri-food readiness plan. This is our organization. We were organized in 2011. We have a board of 33 people. We have an executive of 7. Our per capita is $1.30 per member. Some of the government contributions we've accessed are NRAD, Can Export, and Prairies Can. We usually go after those every year, and we've been fairly successful. And we hold our AGM every June, and we have a new board that is turned over. And this year, Arno and Jordan are new additions to the Palliser Board of Executive. The benefits of our membership is networking opportunities, business support services, advocacy and representation, marketing and promotion, access to information, training and workshops, community engagement, access to international markets, which is a new one we started working in this last year, and collaborative projects. These are our members currently. And right now, our executive board actually has a member from every community. We're not lopsided like we have been over the years. We're very represented across the region, which is nice to see. This is our membership fee chart, which was approved at the AGM a year ago, actually. And that is everything about Palliser in a nutshell so far. So I can turn it over to the gentleman to tell you more about our actual projects. Do you have any questions for me first? Thank you.
Well, I might not have that much to add, but I do want to say that I've been interested in what PEP has been able to accomplish, and I'm just looking at the history. I happen to be the MLA for Strathmore Brooks at the time of the incorporation in 2011, and prior to that was involved in Canada Beef Export Federation and also as a cattle beef producer. More recently, I think it was had the opportunity to go to Japan last spring for PEP to attend FoodX, which was interesting. As a cattle producer, I realized and recognized the importance of access to markets, and I think the opportunity to work together is something that we probably none of us could accomplish individually. And you know, I guess I'd express appreciation to Cypress for your contribution to what PEP is trying to do over many years and going forward into the future. I think there's opportunity. And I have to say I was a little bit skeptical going to Japan. What are we going to see here and what's the opportunity? And I think since coming back, I mean, this export readiness initiative is part of what we saw there, the importance and the opportunity to be ready for exports. And as cattle producers, many of us are around the table, I expect, we know the value of access to international markets. It's not that we're going to sell all of our products to international markets, but it's only with access to international markets that we are able to get closer to the world price. That's true in agriculture, whether it's beef, crops, oil, energy products, and softwood lumber. It's access to the international markets that helps us get closer to that world price on things that we supply. And I think one of the other things that was interesting, and I think there's a great deal of opportunity with regard to export markets, is there's kind of there's consumer end products that can be exported, and it's surprising how many small producers of things that might be consumer ready in our larger region that there are out there. And then the other one is the opportunity to be an ingredient supplier, which as farmers and ranchers, we understand that, like whether it's pulses or canola or a variety of products that the international market is looking for. And it's been interesting to hear Barb talk about opportunities that are coming as a result of some of that. So I'll end it there. If there's probably more productive to hear what you want to hear about than what I might want to say. So thanks for having us here this morning, and if there's questions, we're open to that. I don't know, Jordan, if you want to add something?
No, I think you covered it, Arno. I think I just, from my perspective, I just want to thank council for your support of PEP. I think there's real value in an organization like Palliser Economic Partnership, and I think with membership like yours, I think it really adds to the value that PEP can bring to its members. And I look at some of the projects that they've undertaken, and they've been very successful. And I don't think that success would come without support from councils like yourselves. So thank you very much for that.
Does anybody have any questions? Richard?
I do sit on the PEP board, Keith and I, so we have a little bit more info, but your trips to Japan, understanding that you'll continue, can you just tell us a little bit more about what you did over there and who you might have seen? Just so we understand a little
Sure,
more.
and I'll ask Barb to add to this. Come up to the mic if you'd like to. But we attended FoodX. That was the primary event that was happening while we were there. But the other thing is that the Alberta Trade Commissioners, Alberta government has a trade commission in Japan, and there's export officers over there that are prepared to work with individual businesses. And we were part of the Calgary and Edmonton Economic Development Initiative that was going there, and so we kind of went along with them. And I think actually the connections we made there were invaluable in terms of activity here at home, and that's where I think export readiness is an interesting thing. It gets you maybe closer to ready for an export market, but it also probably makes you more nimble and more able to market here. And so I think that part of it is really focused on businesses and people with something to sell or something to go to market with. But Barb, maybe you can add to that.
I wanted to make sure when I went to Japan that I was actually, it was good. It was a good investment for PEP dollars, that I wasn't just going on a trip. I know that's what people might have thought, so I wanted to really make sure I brought back something of value. And so the first time I went was a trade mission, and we were, Doug, the previous chairman, and I were asked to go and step in for someone that had to cancel very late. So we went on our own that time. We took the risk and we paid for ourselves to go, just to see. We didn't even know what we were going to look for. And we did notice there was a lot of brokers, there was a lot of people investing products, connecting producers to buyers in Japan. And I was thinking, and Doug and I were thinking, this is a place we need to figure out how PEP can be in. I didn't really get it figured out that year. This last year I went though to the FoodX. I actually met more people that were able to get producers in front of businesses that were ready to buy. The one thing I noticed though, and Arno and I both noticed, was that a lot of the businesses that were there were not actually ready, prepared, and didn't really get a lot of orders. And I thought, how does a business afford this $5,000 per person to go? Like, it seemed like a huge investment when you weren't really ready to go and present your product. So while we were over there, I met a gentleman that was also working for the government of Alberta out of the embassy, and he had been there in Japan for 30 years. He's originally from Edmonton, but he goes back and forth. And he is somebody that can connect the markets, the producing markets, to buyers in Japan. And so PEP put him on a contract and brought him to a couple sessions in, and we also partnered with the Medicine Hat College. And we're creating a business readiness program, and they are coming up with the resources, the colleges. And then we also had this gentleman come and speak yesterday. So we had 30 people at the Medicine Hat College yesterday. We sent out invitations. We had many producers, and we are showing them how to be ready. So it's market readiness. And right now we have about 6 producers that are coming with us to the ingredient show in October. And there is some funding. It's after the fact, so every time I've gone to Japan, we have got the reimbursement funding covered. And we've got our trip, like Arno's and my expenses were covered last time. And so any of these businesses can also access those resources through AEEP and Can Export. And currently I'm getting calls from the government of Alberta, from the senior investment officers for products. They call and ask me for flax, for canola, for you name it, they call and ask me. And I felt like I wasn't really doing that part of my job justice, and I wasn't quite sure how to figure that out. So having this gentleman that we hired and creating this new program, we're able to keep lists of those products, and we're able to connect them with buyers. Locally as well, we have an initiative going where it's with local restaurants. So I've connected mushrooms from a local colony, eggs from a local colony into Calgary restaurants, and now we're trying to do it internationally as well. So as long as we have all the producers and we get them into a room and we can get them export readiness and we can get them to the markets, whether it's local or internationally, that's our goal with PEP over the next few years. And so we picked one big project, and we're going to keep moving forward with that one right now. And we've had tremendous success so far, and buy-in. So we haven't had success yet because we haven't got someone there and got an order, but we're just starting. And as far as the interest, we do have a lot of interest.
Lloyd?
Excuse me. I really like what you're doing. I'm really supportive of it. And I know there's a lot of work to do on it, but I'm just wondering, are there other doors in that area that are open to us?
Other the markets? Yes, I think there definitely are. And again, I'm not an expert there, but I traveled in Asia 10 or 15 years ago with Canada Beef Export Federation. And I think what they say is that Japan is often the first market in because they have high standards, and they also import a high percentage of what they consume, which is significant, right? Because they've got high standards and they're importing a lot of products, but it's often the gateway to other markets in Asia, whether that's Korea, Taiwan, China, even India, from what I'm told, and that's where I think there might be some opportunity, you know, as ingredients. I mean, when you think about the amount of pulses and different crops that are grown in the extensive parts of Alberta, the dry areas of Alberta typically, I think there's opportunity there maybe. But I think Japan is maybe the first stop, but I think it often is the gateway to other markets.
The gentleman we hired, he works in all of Asia, so that is just a first stop for us. And it's not just ingredient products. We have other products coming from producers, and they also came to the meeting yesterday. And I meet with 3 or 4 different senior investment officers, both private and through the government, every month. And if there's something that I can connect with them to a producer that I know of, that's what I do. So we meet at 4:30 in the afternoon my time, it's 7:30 their time, and we get on a Teams with the producer, myself, and the buyer, and the government of Alberta or a private broker, and I connect them that way. And so when we were trying to figure out revenues for PEP, I was thinking, and the board was thinking, that we should maybe come up with a business membership. And maybe this is our way of creating more revenues for us, is like that business membership to grow their business and give them the resources for the next step.
Wayne?
Yeah, I'm also quite in favor of your guys' program. I think it's very important to, it's one thing to grow and produce something, but it's quite different to market it. And to have help in that field, I've also been on different trade missions in my business, and I really support your guys' program, what you're doing. I also want to say I really like the cover of this book too, Arno. Or Mark.
Thank you.
I'm also a Hereford Raider, so.
Thank you. I also appreciate that you allow PEP to partner with your conference every year. It's an invaluable opportunity for us, and I very much enjoy working with the Cypress County and with Beth as well. So thank you for that.
Richard?
So, Barb, you and I and Arno have had numerous conversations. Keith has been in on it as a member of the board. We've always talked about the value of PEP. Is it worth the money that the municipalities are paying? And I just wanted to make council aware, and you've done this fantastic job of showing how much higher level it has gone from 3-4 years ago, and that you're not stopping there. You keep looking, and you're doing things. And I think everybody here at council can understands where it's going and how much it's worth supporting. So I just thank you for coming and explaining to everybody here.
Thank you.
I was on the board when I first got on council in 2013. I see such a difference in what you guys are contributing to the area and to the region now from then till now. It's very impressive to see.
Well, thank you, and I credit to the people that I haven't been involved directly for a long time either yet, just recently, the chair. But I think really what we want to do, and that's incumbent for all of us, is provide value to business, right? That's why we pave roads. That's why we deliver water and services to business and residents. And I think this can be the same way. We got to ride herd on it. Like, we got to pay attention to what's going on and make sure that there's value at the table for business. But I think there's opportunity when we work together. I mean, so thank you for your support and for your contribution over the years in time and energy.
Does anybody else have any questions, comments? Keith, you have one?
I just want to, as a member of the PEP board, I just want to thank you for the energy and the vision that you have given to the group over the last couple of years, Barb. And it's been a lot of fun, and I see a lot of opportunity and potential. Even for myself as a producer, I'm really starting to look at this and going, oh, I wonder how I can connect. So keep up, and I'm sure we're going to chat.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go into our next delegation.
Good morning, Council. As you know, our economic development strategy has identified the need for an investment attraction strategy for Cypress County. A few months ago, we received grant funding to complete this strategy, and we've since been working with Deloitte. You may recall doing a workshop with them a few months ago. I'd like to introduce you to the team at Deloitte who has been working on this project: Chris Knock, Darcy, Jamie, and Paul. And today we have Chris and Jamie here to share the final strategy with you today. So I'll let Chris take it over.
Perfect. Well, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to present to the County Council. Oh, it was working. There we go. Okay, so I'll start with introductions. Beth gave me a little bit of an introduction. My name is Christopher Knock. I'm a senior consultant in Deloitte's economic advisory practice, and we're joined on the line by Jamie Van Struth, who's a senior manager in the same practice. I myself am based out of Calgary. I work mostly on economic development projects, about 60% in Alberta, 30% in BC, and about 10% elsewhere in the country. Jamie's based in Vancouver and has worked on Western Canadian economic development projects for decades, so brings a whole host of experience to this project, and I myself have a background focused on trade and investment, so this was a very interesting project to have the opportunity to work on. I'm going to actually quickly turn it over to Jamie because Jamie was the project manager for the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Strategy, which was very much a guiding document to this project. So without further ado, Jamie, I don't know if you want to give a few opening words on this.
Sure, thanks, Chris. Everyone can hear me okay. I wish I had the chance to be with you in person, but leave it in Chris's capable hands. I won't speak very long. I'm sure it's easier to listen to someone in the room instead of someone coming at you through a speaker. But as Chris mentioned, I was the project manager for the Southeast Alberta Economic Opportunity Strategy that was done, worked on through most of last year. And our team for this project in Cypress County was not exactly the same, but we were able to build on a lot of work that was done through that regional project. At the same time, taking a much deeper dive into some of the specific opportunities and competitive situation in Cypress County. It's funny, I was actually thinking back to that project last year. It was 1 year ago this month. We had our second regional summit at the College of Medicine Hat. And to think about all the things that happened with economic conditions just over the last year, Donald Trump had not yet been reelected. He was certainly promising tariffs, but no one was exactly sure how it was going to be put into practice. And it's still uncertain to some degree with the on-again, off-again situation, which has created a lot of uncertainty. So we've tried to update our understanding of the economy, taking account of some of those recent conditions, although ultimately more of our focus is on the fundamentals and what are the fundamental economic strengths and characteristics of the area. We want to take into consideration some of those short-term factors, but it's really your key fundamentals that is our main focus here. The Southeast Alberta project, we identified several top opportunities for regional collaboration, namely agriculture and agri-food, as well as tourism, as well as aerospace and defense. And you'll see those reflected in our work in Cypress County, but obviously the prioritization is a bit different based on what we think works best for your situation. I won't go on any longer. I'll turn it back over to Chris, but I'll be here at the end if I can help with any of your questions, and I'll let Chris take it from here. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Jamie. Skipping ahead there. Quick overview of some of the strategy's elements to orient everyone to how we're thinking about this. So the first thing is the investment attraction strategy is a 10-year strategy, which is a longer time horizon than we would generally take for most economic development projects. Usually those are a 3 to 5 year horizon where you can sort of set near-term objectives, make sure you achieve them, and not predict too far in the future. Having a 10-year strategy gives you that opportunity to build iteratively on some of the opportunities. So we certainly have some of those near-term objectives that are defined at the end of the action plan, which I'll describe a bit later. But there's that opportunity to build on what we've recommended. Once Cypress County has achieved, filling out some of the local asset inventory, once it's achieved improving its intake processes, all these sorts of things, how can the county be more ambitious? And so that's certainly a part of this project. Another component was benchmarking against other communities. Now, Cypress County obviously has a very collaborative relationship with a lot of Southeast Alberta communities nearby, and that's a huge asset. But we do want to understand what other communities in the region within Southern Alberta more broadly are doing when it comes to investment attraction, when it comes to their development regime, because investors are going to look for the best opportunity. And they're going to look for the opportunity that best suits their needs. And so benchmarking against other similar county-level organizations within Southern Alberta was a component of this project as well to help identify opportunities for improvement. I'll speak a little bit about this later, but sector analysis was another key component. Jamie mentioned that we leveraged the information that came up in the Southeast Alberta project to help guide our research. That's definitely true. But of course, Cypress County has its own specific characteristics relative to Medicine Hat or Red Cliff or any of these other places. And so we engaged in some fairly detailed sector analysis to pinpoint where should Cypress County pay 90% of its attention, 10% of its attention, and if those developments are successful, what are some more aspirational sector opportunities that leverage that foundation once it's developed? We've talked about that as well. Of course, I mentioned we work on a lot of different economic development projects, a lot of them economic development strategies, also diversification strategies. What makes an investment attraction strategy a bit more unique than a broader economic strategy is this heavy focus on bringing capital into the community, and marketing is a key component to that. So within the strategy, there are a lot of details related to how the county can go out and solicit potential investors, not only in terms of making itself more attractive, but what are effective strategies for making Cypress County better known. Related to that is lead generation. So for each of the sector opportunities that we've identified, we've provided a number of trade show recommendations. Most of them are within Western Canada. Some of them rotate across the country that the economic development team can look to attend and work on bringing investment to the community. And as well, we've identified a number of companies, 10 companies per opportunity, which we think are good candidates to target for potential investment. These are companies that have already executed on similar investments elsewhere in Southern Alberta or in another Western Canadian province where we think the characteristics of Cypress County's economy are a good match for them. And finally, we don't like to leave our strategies in sort of a nebulous or ambiguous state near the end with generic priorities. We always like to bookend our strategies with a detailed implementation plan. Some of it's practical because there's changeover. It's a 10-year strategy after all. We can't assume that economic development staff are going to remain the same throughout that entire period. But as well, it's easier to have step-by-step instructions to make sure that the actions are achieved in a rigorous manner. So we have that information in the implementation plan at the end of the strategy. We also have a number of performance metrics to know when the county has achieved those goals, as well as recommended timelines to make sure that we're not trying to do everything at once. We have about a decade to fulfill all these things. Just a brief comment on the timelines for the project. So Beth had mentioned we began this a few months ago, back in May, and it's honestly been a bit of a whirlwind to have completed a project of this size in this short of time frame, but I think it's a testament to the efficiency of the team that we had the chance to work with. Joe, Kayleen, Beth were all very helpful in that regard. We started off the project with a heavy focus on understanding the sort of background of the county, beyond what we had already covered in the Southeast Alberta project. So, covering the documents that the county has pertaining to its economic development aspirations, what are its different bylaws and policies that we might need to know about. We had Darcy Acton early on the project. One of my colleagues had the opportunity to be in the county, tour it, speak to people at ground level early on, provide that community level intelligence. We have a number of databases that provide municipal level estimates. They engage in what we refer to as small area estimation. So StatsCan, for instance, doesn't publish economic data for smaller communities, generally speaking, but with small area estimation, you can get at details like how are different sectors growing or declining in different contexts within a county level context, which is very helpful. So we were able to review some of our proprietary data sources to help get an understanding of the local economy. And then we want to understand what are some of those gaps or opportunities for improvement that we notice in the county. So part of that is understanding the development regime, and I mentioned benchmarking already was an important component of that. But another aspect was researching investment readiness. we have our own developed methodology for looking at investment readiness, which is about 50% us pretending to be the investor, looking at the county resources, considering the county and saying, you know, what am I lacking? What am I not able to, what's not attracting me to the county, and thinking about how we can improve that. And another aspect is really speaking with county staff and getting an understanding of when investors have come to the county, what does that process look like, and how can we attempt to streamline. We packaged all that into a report, and we were able to then go into some more additional community consultation, which we thought was very helpful. So one component of that was a business survey, and I'll share a few findings from that in a moment, but helpful to understand how the business community was looking at Cypress County and where they saw room for improvement and what they also thought were areas of success. Of course, two of my colleagues have previously been here to conduct a workshop with the County Council, which we fed some of that information, of course, into the strategy development phase. And then we submitted a secondary interim report that really overviewed the takeaways from our engagement activities, both at a council level, at a community level, and at a business level. And all that information has fed into the development of the strategy, which we're, of course, here to talk about today. So quickly, I want to talk a bit about some of the research findings, and this is quite brief, as the interim report goes into quite a bit of detail. But to help situate the county more broadly from an economic perspective. So for one, if we look at the last 5 years with which we had actuals data from some of our sources, fairly strong employment growth in Cypress County, about 22% was estimated between 2020 and 2024. And those are jobs located in the county. So if someone is commuting into the county from Medicine Hat, for instance, they would be considered a job in Cypress County in that case. When we look at workforce concentration, so this is specialization, not necessarily the number of jobs. It won't be any surprise to know that agriculture is a high specialization in the county, about 5 times the provincial average. But also there's a fairly high degree of employment concentration in areas such as public administration, as well as arts and recreation, which is nice to know because sometimes service sectors can be a little bit difficult to develop in a targeted manner with different economic development levers, so having those present is useful. In terms of the local labor force, we mentioned that 60% of adults have some form of post-secondary education, so that could be trades education, some sort of vocational studies, as well as a university degree, and heavy focus on trades-related work, health, business. And then in terms of the businesses that are actually located in the county, again, probably not a huge surprise, but about half of them are related to agriculture in some manner. So that'll include primary agriculture production, like farms, but also supplier organizations and downstream operations. And when we look at how revenues break down the community, we can access estimates on overall revenues and then revenues related to exports, so exports out of the region. Overwhelmingly, most of the tradable sectors in Cypress County are export dependent. I mentioned as well that we have a fairly detailed approach to assessing investment readiness, and I believe this graphic was shown at the last presentation that some of my colleagues conducted, but just to go over a few of its findings. So a number of interesting strengths in the county, of course. One thing we noted was there was really good business intelligence, so really strong business engagement, business retention and expansion programs were fairly robust, which is good to see, and making sure that the concerns of the business community are fed back effectively and there's enough supports. As well as the land use documentation was very clear and easy to understand from an investor perspective. This can sometimes be glossed over, but I've reviewed quite a few land use bylaws that have 10 different types of industrial, 15 different types of commercial property, very confusing if you're an investor. And so in general, Cypress County had a fairly easy and streamlined approach for that. Some of the challenges are related to commercial industrial space. And in this sense, we're mostly talking about built capital rather than just straight land. Some sort of a facility, for instance, for a large industrial operation to occupy is one challenge. For property inventory, there's certainly reliance on MLS listings to get that sort of information, which is fairly typical for a community like Cypress County, but we generally recommend that there's some sort of in-house or third-party database used to refer investors to what's available in the community locally very quickly and provide them with a lot of detail that they might need. Another recommendation we have is, developing a one-window approach. So again, this isn't exactly atypical for a community like Cypress County, but investment leads often come in through a number of different channels. Sometimes they come in through the economic development team, sometimes it's through planning. We've also seen it come in through community and health units as well in other communities. So trying to make sure that there's clear information online for who is the main investment attraction lead, and that information can kind of flow seamlessly through them, and if questions to planning or some other county level unit need to happen, that there's a streamlined approach so people aren't getting passed around. But of course, in smaller communities, this is always a little bit simpler because there aren't necessarily 30 or 40 investments ongoing at the same time, but it is one recommendation. And then of course, the utility constraints. Water access is a challenge throughout Southeast Alberta, but it was noted that certain types of industrial operations, particularly those that have a high requirement for power, could run into challenges. And then the diagram, you'll see a lot of this reflected, right? Fairly strong community intelligence. Land use practices are strong as well. Strategy at this point, I mean, this was done before the strategy was at all developed, so strategy would be much improved. And of course, we've aimed to direct many of our recommendations in the implementation plan towards some of those deficiencies, right? So improving and streamlining intake and tracking, improving some of the branding and marketing activities, and then helping to develop the local assets when that's an opportunity. I mentioned community engagement as well. This isn't meant to be exhaustive, but is a bit of an overview. So obviously at the last discussions with council, some of the things that came up in terms of assets for Cypress County. So one being low taxes. And that definitely came out in our benchmarking exercise. The mill rates in Cypress County were relatively low compared to nearby communities, so that's definitely good. Strategic location, relatively close to Medicine Hat and a lot of major transportation linkages, so that's very helpful. And then abundant land. And like I said, it's mostly the built capitals that challenge, not necessarily the access to land itself. Of course, some challenges, there are always workforce challenges related to attraction or retention, and they break down a number of different areas. One of them mentioned here is access to affordable housing, and sometimes not just affordable housing, but it's also the right mix of housing stock can be a challenge for bringing people into the community, making sure they stay, and some infrastructure gaps. When we talk to businesses, there was fairly high satisfaction with the local business environment, which I always think is a win because I feel like business owners tend to be a fairly pessimistic group, but it's good to know that they have positive feedback for the county itself. They did note this interest in having greater amenities, greater access to complementary businesses, right? So you have that with agriculture, for instance, farming operation needs complementary business. We're thinking about the suppliers of farming operations, but for other types of businesses, they might want access to some of those other upstream and downstream opportunities. And then when we talk to individual members of the community, some of the opportunities they noted were related to value-added agriculture. There was some interest voiced related to renewables, and then some of the same concerns related to workforce development, like I've already discussed. I picked out two diagrams from the business survey that I thought were very interesting. And to aid with interpretation here, business owners were provided with a list of different aspects to rate for each of these questions, and they were only able to pick two. So 32%, for instance, is actually relatively high when you are essentially forcing the business owners to choose a priority, because if you give them a list of 10 or 15 things that all business owners want, and then you say, what would you like, you're going to get 100% under each category. So this forced choice approach really helps to reveal what they consider as being a key strength and where they consider a key area for improvement. So some of the key strengths, of course, we talked about the favorable tax and regulatory environment, location, the infrastructure access, the fact that there's very supportive county staff and generally supportive community, the fact there's unique market opportunities and lack of competition, and then of course, factors related to the natural environment, quality of life. Interestingly, some of these repeat for the aspects for improvement, and this is one of the challenges with surveys. We can't ask the follow-up question. So infrastructure and essential services, taxes, costs, and funding. Because taxes are relatively low in the county, one of the thoughts that we had on our end is that this may be due to additional access to business-related funding. For instance, facade improvement type programs. Some communities offer a wide range of redevelopment programs for businesses. That could be one opportunity. Business support and economic development was another aspect ranked for improvement, but with some of the additional strategy work and actions recommended within those, that could be addressed indirectly, as would marketing, promotion, and community engagement. And then it was also noted that governance, communication, and safety were an area for improvement, although only about 10%. When it comes to sector prioritization, we didn't necessarily want to completely rely on the findings of the Southeast Alberta strategy. We've been working quite heavily in the background across a lot of our different projects on a methodology to identify sectors for small communities that's very much data-driven and then qualified with community intelligence once we've identified sort of a short list, so making sure that it is in the interest of council, of the local community. We don't want to be forcing opportunities on different communities. We assess two things when we're looking at sector prioritization. One is the feasibility of different sectors. So we want to know, what is the local talent supply in terms of its labor force characteristics, right? Like, what are the education metrics? Do you have the right type of people to support the sector? Also related to that is the specialization of different job groups, which we can calculate in-house. Is there the right access to infrastructure or land that would be necessary to support those opportunities? And then also looking at other metrics related to, which industries are really earning the revenues in the community, because the industries that lead in terms of output are actually going to have a greater capacity to support ancillary type services than just those that happen to have a number of, owner-operated small businesses. Scale is an important factor here. And then opportunity is the other aspect. So in addition to feasibility, right? So what sectors are attracting a lot of investment? We have access to greenfield FDI data at a municipal level in Canada. So we can look at which sectors are really attracting investment within Alberta and within Southern Alberta in particular. We look at sectors that are growing in terms of both jobs as well as revenue as being an opportunity, and as well as what I like to refer to as import substitution. So there might be a sector with a lot of sales within Southern Alberta where 80% or more of those sales are related to firms that aren't located there. And you need to kind of sort through the weeds when you look at these opportunities because, of course, 100% of bananas consumed in Cypress County are probably imported, so we're not going to recommend setting up a banana plantation, but there might be opportunities related to certain industrial servicing operations, metal fabrication or whatever it happens to be, where there's an opportunity to locate some production within Cypress County that could already service an existing demand that we can observe. When we combine the opportunity and feasibility, we were able to come out with a number of options. So the priority sectors at the top are the sectors where we see the greatest opportunity. We really think that economic development staff should direct their efforts in these areas. So agriculture, processing, and technology, of course, we already discussed that agriculture is a huge base of the local economy, and that's not going to be any surprise. But what are some opportunities to move up the value chains, whether that's oilseed crushing facilities or meat packaging plants? There are a number of opportunities identified in the strategy that could be sought. Resource extraction services, this relates mostly to energy and mining type operations, mostly energy, as you would imagine, in Southern Alberta. But these are those ancillary or support type companies, right? The ones that are going to do the non-destructive testing, the leak detection, the metal fabrication work, all those things that a larger energy operation might need to engage in, as well as site remediation, which is another opportunity. And then transportation and logistics, which is really trying to leverage the strategic location of Cypress County, as well as some of its competitive advantages. Of course, if it's slightly cheaper to locate yourself in Cypress County relative to some of the nearby communities, then maybe it's the ideal jumping off point for a logistics company to set up a warehouse and distribution facility to service Southeast Alberta. The reactive sectors underneath are opportunities we think are noteworthy for Cypress County, but are less significant, I suppose, and are really dependent on bandwidth of the county in terms of pursuing them. So building material manufacturing, renewable energy generation, chemical and plastics manufacturing, there are opportunities to maybe pursue in the 5 to 10 year time frame once there's an opportunity to reassess. And then some of the opportunities that had come up in the Southeast Alberta work, as well as in some of our research. So aerospace and defense, mostly we're talking about drone technology here. So we think about crop monitoring or industrial what's the word I'm looking for? Drones essentially that look at energy infrastructure and look for leaks or look for repair deficiencies. That's one opportunity, but of course, depends a little bit on the growth of that sector within the broader region. Agritourism, so looking at farm tours, farm-to-table operations, local food events, these sorts of things. And then engineering environmental services, that relates a little bit more to the remediation work, but also that I talked about with energy servicing, but also things like conservation work and environmental testing that some of these companies may be required to, from a regulatory perspective, to engage in. So in terms of the forward-looking components of the strategy, we like to organize our recommendations under what we refer to as strategic directions. So these are the overarching strategy elements that the county wants to achieve over the next 10 years. So the first relate to what I've said already, delivering an investor-centric experience, making sure that there's the right supports there, relate to that one window approach I spoke about before, that investors kind of, when they reach out to the county, are able to get the support they need, get the information they need quickly. Related to that, empowering them with the necessary information and processes to support their activities. So, making sure that all the documents online are easy to access and are specifically tailored to their needs. Strengthening some of those underlying competitive advantages and investment readiness criteria are another component. And then ultimately relate to marketing is promoting the county as an opportunity to do business, making sure that companies that might be interested in Cypress County actually have heard of it and are aware of it as an option. These are how some of our recommendations break down across those strategic directions. You can see 27 recommendations in total to achieve over the next 10 years. And getting the fundamentals right is, of course, of chief importance. So we've definitely had an emphasis of those recommendations under the strengthening investment readiness and competitive advantages. And without further ado, I'll leave it open for questions, either from myself or my colleague Jamie, who's on the line, who, again, can speak a little bit more closely to the Southeast Alberta work.
Richard?
So where do we go from here? Does council incorporate this into, have a strategic plan or have a discussion on, I guess, the report and then what we want to do next based on, and I guess establish a funding, not a limit, but an amount that we want to put into economic development over the next year, say in 5 to 10 years. So is that where the direction that most councils go?
Yeah, so I mean, normally the strategy is, so in the implementation plan, we provide those recommended timelines, but they are, I guess, grouped. So we have short-term and long-term objectives. So short-term being 1 to 5 years, long-term being 6 to 10. And we haven't necessarily identified, here's what you do in year 1, here's what you do in year 2, because that is really funding dependent. We don't want to prescribe what that looks like. So maybe in a particular year, there's more funding available and there's more of an opportunity to be ambitious with that. So in terms of the exact ordering of some of those objectives, beyond a recommendation for short and long term, I think that is up to council and administration to decide going forward. But we've organized the actions as such that we think they are in order of urgency. So, getting the fundamentals, making sure the right information to investors is available is, of course, more urgent than some of the longer term, more ambitious, marketing and development plans. So there is some natural advice in the strategy itself to pursue that. But in general, our strategies, I don't want to say they're a departmental plan because they're not, but they've taken on almost some of that essence because we want to make sure that we're providing the step-by-step instructions that we found a lot of our clients appreciate having in the long run. So in general, that's, I guess, a conversation for beyond this, but I think a lot of the advice on how to pursue that is provided in the strategy.
Okay. I think we're looking at the right direction already. It's just that we probably have to do some fine-tuning in some sectors and prioritize where we want to spend the money. and the time. We don't have a big staff for economic development. You're looking at the lady right there in the corner.
Exactly, and with some of the other aspects, I mentioned that we had recommended trade shows that could be attended or specific companies for investment targets. Some of those are not always annual. Some of those don't need to all be done at once. So there's an opportunity to triage based on interest, and that's part of the reason that despite identifying 9 sector opportunities, we say here's the 3 that really need the immediate attention. And if there's an opportunity at a later point in 5 or 6 years to be more ambitious, then that advice is available. But the heavy hitters are put up front in the strategy for that reason, for efficiency.
Any other questions? Okay.
It was good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job, Chris. Covered a lot of ground.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we will run into 8.2 now. U of A study. Dustin?
So I was contacted, that's 1 second, sorry, I'm gonna pull it up. By the University of Alberta, and I believe Richard and Shane were as well, to participate in a water for economic development study in southern Alberta that they're undertaking. They're looking for our opinion as municipal councillors. It's essentially to do with the geographical area, the St. Mary's River Basin and area, being as they are asking for us to speak on the municipality's behalf. I was bringing it forward to ask for permission from council that we can participate in this study.
Robin?
I guess my comment, and I'll direct it through the chair to our CAO. I know in some municipalities, I was talking with a colleague yesterday, and they were saying that when it comes down to studies like this, oftentimes what might happen is that staff would go through and potentially provide feedback and then provide it to council prior to responding. Would that be something that would be prudent in this situation, or as individuals? I know we all get a lot of these things too. I don't see the problem in responding to it as individual councillors, but with something like this, I think from a council standpoint, I think it meets some of our, priorities and things that we're looking at. There might be more of a municipal response to it too, versus just individual councillors.
Through the chair to Councillor Kerpwhite and to all of council, the letter, I did read the letter that was sent to me, and staff will be asked by University of Alberta to participate in this as well. I think given the timelines that I understand is they were actually hoping to have people interviewed last week, and so it's going to move forward fairly quickly. I think if we were to take the time to look at it, I'm not sure we'd meet those timelines, and we might miss the study completely while everyone else's other municipalities are involved in it. We certainly could do exactly what you're suggesting, but I know that they wanted to move fairly quickly. At least that's what was indicated in the invitation to at least 3 of the councillors. So I'm not, I'd have to reach out to them and find out exactly. I don't even know what the questions are. If we had the interview, if myself or Ms. Cash actually did the interview with University of Alberta with the professor who's doing this, then we could certainly report back to council. But our next council meeting is not till mid-September. So that would make it, we'd really be putting the date off on this, and I think at that point, it's entirely likely the study would have moved on into whatever its next phase is. But we're certainly open to the idea. That's not an issue with us. I just wonder about the timelines at U of A, and we haven't reached out and had any conversation with them at all.
Well, they wanted it last week, didn't they?
To what I understood from the emails back and forth is they were looking to set up an interview last week, and then I kind of pushed it off so it could come to this council meeting. And I haven't spoke with them since, so.
Blaine, you had a question?
Kind of, I guess. There's no real cost to the county over this. It's just basically an interview, right? Or is it going to be some staff time involved, or?
Well, it's going to be a study, so.
Through the chair to Councillor Brost, I think the issue for us and staff is we don't want to give I would prefer that I don't give an interview or my staff doesn't give an interview that might contradict what the majority of councillors would give an interview on, and we end up with mixed messages going to the study. And I think I think that would be the issue. In terms of staff time and cost, it's 45 minutes, I think is what the letter said. It's nothing serious. I just want to make sure that if staff give an interview that we're all singing from the same hymn book.
That's one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, make sure we're all on the same page to what goes into. But where do we go from here? We don't have a timeline, or we got too short of a timeline, so.
I guess what I'm maybe a little bit confused on right now is if they're just asking for input from individual councillors, give her. If they're asking for what is council's, position on this, that's a different thing. But I don't think this is asking for council's voice. I think this is asking individual councillors that are involved with it, what their thoughts are. I suppose, maybe Dustin, you can provide a little bit of clarity on that. If they're just saying, hey, what do you think? It's not a whole lot different than with media stuff. Until council has a discussion, deliberation, and votes on it, we can have differing ideas and opinions, and maybe they're just interested in getting the feedback of 20 different councillors and helping that kind of build some of their questions. We could be overthinking this.
Shane?
The one thing they were really looking at, and, that's why I didn't respond, is the people in the St. Mary's River Irrigation District. So it has lots to do with the irrigation. And, they said they got 12 semi-structured questions. They don't show them, and they're just asking for the study. We are reaching out for elected representatives of multiple municipalities, which in the St. Mary's Irrigation District. So and Dustin, he's the only one here that's really here that uses that irrigation. So he knows the system and knows, how it all works and what's going on with it.
I found the other letter that I was looking for. So what she had wrote is the study investigates the water needs of municipalities in southern Alberta to evaluate whether current and future economic development is or will be constrained by water availability. We are also conducting the study to determine whether existing water reallocation mechanisms are being fully utilized and whether they fulfill water needs of municipalities which face water constraints. Our goal is to assist in the developing solutions to policymakers to address issues identified through the research. As in the previous email, I've attached the more formal invitation, blah, blah, blah. So to what I read of that, it's about the water constraints that the municipalities are facing and what they can do with SMRD to take and fix some of those constraints is kind of what I'm getting out of it.
That's a bigger issue because it's the whole municipality and not just local representatives of municipalities, as their first one indicated, of the St. Mary's St. Mary's Irrigation District.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're going to be asking here, so it's tough to say it one way or the other, but that's why it's here, so you guys can make that decision and I don't have to.
Through the chair to Beth, you haven't heard nothing about this?
So the idea might be maybe staff could reach out to this Dr. Nickel and see where this is at and maybe just provide us with some more information and see if there's a timeline, because I'd hate to give them a bunch of information that's not what they want.
Or what counteracts what we want to do.
Exactly.
Mr. Reeve, if we could just get a motion and directing administration to investigate the request by University of Alberta.
That's Dustin's motion. Any questions on it? Vote? That's carried. Okay, 8.3, Blaine, letter for...
Yeah, I brought this forward to discuss this through council. The Suffield Grazing Co-op Association is asking for a letter of support. They basically have one drawn up from council as well as myself, just to support the grazing, the base, I guess, is their land, and they're putting it up for tender. And the patrons that are already involved in there that have a co-op, they're just asking for our support when they send a letter into the base to request it. And Dustin's in there, so maybe he could explain a little more about it.
Well, that's the question I have. Would you like some explanation of what they're asking for, or would you like me to recuse myself from this? I'm not sure if it classifies as a conflict of interest or not, so I would suspect yes.
I mean, I have the letter, so I could read the letter, and it probably would explain it more.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I think Councillor Vossler is onto something. However, as a current user, I think him explaining the location and the technical details would probably be okay. Offering an opinion may create that conflict of interest, but filling everybody in on what's going on, and maybe there's another councillor at the table who's just as aware of what's going on, who might not be a user, that would probably be as good as well. It's a letter of support. This is not a financial commitment, so in terms of the recusal, I think there probably is a conflict of interest, but it's a letter of support. It's not a, there's no financial commitment, so it's...
So give your opinion, or...
Okay, so I'll just give a little history on the Suffield Grazing Co-op. So the Suffield Grazing Co-op is operated by the patrons on the Suffield block. Previously, it was a PFRA pasture. When the PFRA stopped running these styles of pastures in the province, the co-op had taken it over. So right now, the Government of Canada has a yearly lease that they put out for the lands that are used by the Suffield Grazing Co-op. And they have to renew that yearly and work with the federal agrologists and whatnot else to make these grazing plans for the pasture. So essentially what I believe they're asking for here, and correct me if I'm wrong from what the letter said, Blaine, but they're asking for support from the county to continue to operate it as the Suffield Grazing Co-op. The federal government has got some other interested patrons in the past who are essentially private farms that want to bid on this land and take it away from a pasture that supports 40 patrons and it be one instead. So I believe what they're asking for is that support to keep it an actual co-op and it be for more than one member of the community. And I think, Keith, you're a member of that as well. Am I right with that, what I said there?
And that's how I read it too. I think, this is just asking for support, that we can support our ratepayers, in their endeavor to maintain the pasture rates.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Michelle?
Well, I'd be in favor of the support letter for that. It's can't hurt it, and if it'll help 40 people versus one person, I'm all over it.
You want want that on county letterhead?
Yes.
I don't know who was first. Shane?
Just got a comment. So actually, I believe we have 70 patrons.
Okay. Shane first.
You know, and I agree with it. It should be on a Cypress County letterhead because these patrons and that, they know how to run that pasture. And it's, you know, there's 70 guys, not one.
Robin?
All right, I might not be popular with this opinion, but if the federal government is looking at selling land, they're looking at leasing it, so so why is it not just a matter of the 70 patrons making a pitch for it? Like, there should be fairness in that process. I agree with that completely. But for us to be advocating for the specific 70, and to be fair, especially when two of them sit on council, that's dirty. I don't like that approach. It doesn't feel right. If it was a matter of, if they were selling it, everybody should have the opportunity to bid. Maybe the 70 patrons get together and they all put in a joint bid. But if it's leasing it, is that currently not an option for them to make a pitch on maintaining what they've been maintaining, or?
They are. That's all, I mean, they're still going to do that, and we're not changing the process. The process will stay the same.
Okay.
All we're doing is offering our support, you know, through them, or for them, you know, to continue on with the process, basically.
Keith, yeah, do you know?
Just maybe a point of clarification. When we set the co-op up, we wanted a long-term contract, and they would not give it to us without a public tender process. So now, 8 years after we have been in there, they are finally getting to the place where they're about to award a longer-term contract than 1 year. So in order to do that, they have to go through a bid process. And we were aware of that from day one. So they just never got around to doing it, or for whatever reason. So now they're finally getting to the place where they want to put this longer-term rental contract or lease agreement in place. So they have to go through the tender process. And that's just where we are now. There's a number of people that have expressed interest, including Suffield Grazing. And Suffield Grazing has just come to us as one of the 5 references that are required to offer some sort of support for their bid. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I just don't. It does answer my question. I'm just trying to see how the municipal government takes a position in that. I get it, like anytime that, you know, there's weight that comes with that, but you know, maybe our CAO can weigh in on this. Like, is this normal practice for a municipal government to be, because we're essentially picking sides and we're trying to advocate, well, we're advocating and we're saying that we prefer this versus this. You know, we're saying that we prefer the 70, get it, versus the 1. I don't know that that's necessarily our purview is all.
Dustin had a comment, and then
I just think it's worth noting. So Suffield pasture was established back in the early 70s. The reason that the pasture was originally established was for the drought-stricken area of southern Alberta to have extra grazing pasture, and the use of the NWA within the Suffield block with National Wildlife Area, for anyone who didn't know what that meant, be used for purposes other than grazing horses and elk and deer and things in that endeavor. The Suffield Grazing Co-op, a lot of the members, including my family for one, have been original members, and I believe Keith's as well. So this is kind of a long-standing use on this, and it primarily county residents. And I think what they're asking for is just a letter. Oh, so I guess also too, it's worth mentioning that the Suffield Grazing Co-op does pay the municipal taxes on that land as well. It's not the federal government that does it. So it's worth noting that that organization is essentially a taxpayer of this county.
Taxable title of land, so whoever's renting it is.
That's correct.
Michelle?
I would like to make a motion that we do send this letter of support.
Okay. Al, did you?
Thank you through the Reeve. Administration would probably prefer not to weigh into this. This is really a discussion as to what council believes they should do. I would point out, though, that it's a letter of support, and council picks winners and losers on a regular basis. Council has to say yes or no to virtually every initiative that comes across the table. I'm not familiar enough with the Suffield Grazing Association and those activities that take part on base, and I don't think I have too many staff members that are that familiar with it. Potentially our ag department, but other than that, I really don't have much technical advice to give because I'm not that familiar with it. I understand the concerns and on both sides, but at this point, I think administration this is a decision of council as to whether to write a letter of support on behalf of the current grazing co-op, or to not write that letter of support.
Okay. Anybody else? Keith? Oh, you turned it off.
So do Dustin and I have to recluse ourselves from the vote?
That's up to you. That's your choice.
What's in the letter that might with regards to, like, Dustin, what you just said and detailed, if the letter was to say something along the lines of, like, the original intent of this was to have access to and for these purposes and reasons, if the council support letter was to say we support the idea of this and this is what we're hoping to do, you're basically supporting the concept that was the premise of how it was established. I think that that's safe. If we were to say that we support the 70 patrons in maintaining the lease and all these other things, I think that's where it gets a little bit cumbersome. So if we can keep it based on, like, the premise and supporting the idea of why it was established the way that it was in the first place, yes, that probably supports and lends itself to benefit the way that it's been run. And that probably cleans it up. If we're taking a position on who specifically is in it, then I think that it's probably a little bit not as clean cut.
Okay, any other comments? It's up to you two whether you're recusing yourself or not.
I think we should. Just better that way. So is Michelle's letter saying what we're saying, or her recommendation or her motion kind of at least alluding to what kind of? Sorry.
The recommendation is for the letter that's already existing, correct? But only on county letterhead.
Okay, and did we read that out loud, or? If you wouldn't mind, I would love to hear it. That would probably simplify some things for me too.
Okay, so this is a letter that they had put forward so it says my name, and that's why I've put it forward as on the agenda. Dear MS Hislop, my name is Blaine Brost, and I serve as Cypress County Councilor for Ward 2, Irvin Walsh, as well as a lifetime rancher with extensive experience in livestock management and grazing operations. I am pleased to provide this reference in support of the Suffield Grazing Co-op and their proposal to continue leasing pastures at CFB Suffield. SGC is a well-established cooperative composed of local ranchers and farmers located within approximately 80 kilometers of Suffield. The organization has a long-standing history of utilizing D&D pastures with over a decade of successful community pasture operations. Its members are multi-generational beef producers who are deeply committed to sustainable agriculture and food production. The cooperative strength lies in its collective experience in responsible land stewardship. SGC members have consistently demonstrated effective pasture rotation strategies, especially in response to dry conditions, strong herd health management supported by highly skilled riders, respectful and compliant engagement with CFB, Suffield protocols and operations. SGC riders are among the most capable in the region with deep understanding of cattle behavior, health, and landscape management. The organization approach reflects both practical experience and thoughtful commitment to biodiversity and fire control. I also wish to note that SGC has consistently met its financial obligations, including its share of associated taxes, further demonstrating its reliability and professionalism. In summary, I offer my endorsement of Suffield Grazing Co-op as a highly qualified and responsible candidate for continued of D&D grazing lands. Their dedication to sustainable practices, community values, and exceptional excellence makes them an ideal partner for this lease. Sincerely, Blaine Rose, Cypress County. So the reason I brought it forward too, because I knew I can't do this on my own. It has to come for council's consideration, council's vote. So that's the letter they're asking for, so we can either write a new one or and she also, Joyce is the one that sent this to me, and she also said I could write one or whatever, and I'm like, well, I have to take this to council so you guys all know what's going on, and I can't do this on my own. So this would be from council, not from me. And if it gets turned down, I can do it myself as a rancher, which I would do anyway.
I'm happy with that letter, and I'm fine if it's just put on county letterhead in order to send it out.
And on behalf of council.
On behalf of council, not on behalf of Blaine.
Robin?
It's a great letter. I don't know how the county puts that on our county letterhead and signs it though. Like we're giving reference, we're basically becoming a reference for the way that it's being managed, and we're taking their word for it. It would be like having a building in the county having two leases arguing over who gets it in the county pitching in. I really would love to see it stay the way that it is. I think that our willingness though to weigh in on it, other than the way that Dustin kind of, I don't mind the way that he said this is why it was created. I also agree, Blaine, that you signing it as a rancher would totally be great, and it's awesome because you can do it. But to do it as Cypress County, putting our weight behind it, I actually think that it's outside of our purview. I completely do. I would love to see them in it, but we're taking a position, and I hear where our CAO is coming from in the sense that there's winners and losers every day, but this is different. I think that us weighing in on that to the way that it's written is not what we're here to do.
Any other questions or comments?
I was just thinking, if we could, I'm thinking back to when we set that up. And one of the objectives was a community pasture, and that was patterned after the PFRA pattern. And that was very important when we set that up. That this was a community and met the needs of the community as opposed to some other format. So, I mean, I'm in favor of the letter.
Keith, I'm going to cut you off because you're going to recuse yourself, and there's a motion on the floor, so you and Dustin should not be talking. Sorry, I overlooked that.
Thank you.
Richard?
I agree with Robin that it's not a good direction to go, but I was wondering if we couldn't, if Michelle would consider the motion that we support a community pasture and kind of leave it at that. I mean, I'd like to also support them, but whoever doesn't get it is gonna be, the possibility is for there's gonna be something happening after that, that they could come back at us and say, well, why didn't we get a chance to ask for the letter? So it's
Yeah, I
a little
see.
bit of a slippery slope, but if we say if you have an organization that's in there now and has been in for years and they're doing a great job, yeah, we definitely offer our support.
I can definitely see the point of why Cypress County shouldn't be on there. But the way the letter's written, I'm fine with supporting that. So if we just take Cypress County out of it, will that be all right? Like, you know, that it's not on Cypress County letterhead, I don't know, what?
You can do it individually, that's
do it
not what we're
individually.
here for. The motion is what you made on
Yes.
the letter.
Okay.
Is there any more comments on the motion? I'm going to ask for the vote. Vote on. It's that letter that was read off.
Endorse the letter.
Yes, the letter of support for the letter that Blaine read out.
Okay, vote. It's carried. Sit back and see all the colors up there. Okay, lunch is here. We're going to take lunch break. I don't think we should. The way it's worded, I don't think we should.
But why can't we, if someone, I guess I should have said, we can twig it up a bit. Let staff twig it up, that they take a few things out.
You're taking sides and you don't know who else is voting against.
To me, it's just a letter of goddamn support.
It is.
I don't think we're
but if-
taking sides. It's the same as we give a letter of support that one will be asking for maybe later for Elkwater for the siren. I mean it.
It's how it's worded though.
That's it. If it was worded different, I would have voted yes for it. I don't have a, but the way it was worded in there,
Yeah,
I
it was
didn't like.
more written for him.
Yeah. We're on to 9.1. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, through the chair. And before you is an RFD for the Robinson Coulee Road project. Just a little brief history about this project. The Robinson Coulee Road Reconstruction Project was approved by Council as part of the 2025 capital budget program. The project includes road reconstruction of approximately 4.8 kilometers from Range Road 61, which is the black and white trail, to Range Road 63. Robinson Coulee is classified as a collector road that serves as an east-west corridor connection between Seven Persons and the black and white trail. The improvements included grading to raise the existing low-grade profile, improve side slopes, roadside drainage, and mitigate snow drifting prone areas by reducing the height of the back slope in select areas. During winter storm events, additional equipment and resources are required to clear snow from the road surface and sometimes from the ditches area as a result of the current road condition in the area. By completing the improvements, it will reduce operational costs, enhance safety, and strengthen the road for all types of traffic. Recently, the project was publicly advertised for bidding. As a result, we received 6 competitive bids. The result from the low bid and all associated costs with the project required an additional $150,000 to the budget to complete the project with the current design. The contract was prepared in a way to address cost risks by allowing the county to adjust the limits of the project by reducing the limits of the project. Administration has reviewed the current design and has determined by reducing the east limits and modifying select areas of the project, we're able to find efficiencies to meet the current budget without compromising the project's intent. Administration also looked at an option of canceling the tender and deferring the project. This option would include increasing the operational maintenance budget annually by about $150,000 to address added maintenance costs. The estimate included 3 major snow events and ongoing southwest blowing snow, which equated to approximately about 15 times throughout last season we were out there to deal with drifting on the road. The estimate also included select area receiving snow fencing to mitigate some of the drifting issues along that section of road. The following is just a summary of the bid process that closed. The low bid was Bullen Construction at $828,052.50. The high bid was $1.595 million, $454,000, which was Acon, and almost a peanut butter spread down the middle for the costs with the other bids submitted. Below is a summary of the anticipated costs of the tender process that includes all of the things like permits, engineering, the tendering, and anticipated costs during construction for project management, et cetera, et cetera. So by adding all this, we included some contingency on the construction, engineering and project management, and I just indicated our current project funding is $800,000. That showed the difference about $152,000 there as the difference required to complete the project at the current design. So we looked at modifying the current tender with the allowance we had in there to do so, and it would reduce the construction cost to $650,000. 10% contingency, we always have to include that risk in there of some unknowns. That is included, and the engineering and project management is slightly reduced based on the limits, and the time it takes will be a little less from the limit. So some options to consider here is reduce the limits to the project and scope of the work to stay below the approved budget. And an option B, as mentioned before, is to cancel the tender, defer the project to the future, purchase snow fencing and additional to address additional problem areas, and increase the winter operational budget to reflect the ongoing operational costs for this section of road.
So I made reference here to the MGA under Division 2 roads. Municipalities have the direction, control, and management of all roads within the municipality. In reference to the strategic plan, focus area aligns with access to markets, infrastructure management, and enhancement. So I have a recommendation here for council that council direct administration to adjust the limits and scope of the work to meet the 2025 approved capital budget and proceed to award the project to the lowest bidder. As well, the options are below. That council move the recommended action, that council direct administration to cancel the tender, defer the project to the future, and direct administration to allow annual operating costs to maintain this section of roadway. And always that council provide further direction if this recommendation is good. So I open up to any questions you have on this strategy.
Richard?
I was just going to make the motion to go with administration's recommendation that we adjust the limits and scope of the work. This road has caused us problems for as long as I've been on council. I remember when some of us first got on 10, 11 years ago, significant snowfall, and I was out there numerous times, and yeah, you could just about keep a grader out there for a few weeks when that southwest wind was blowing. No place to put the snow. So I recommend that we go with administration's recommendation.
Shane?
Well, I agree with Richard, but Site O is still in this modified bid?
Yes, through the chair, in my summary, I made a comment there and reduced the site occupancy in the evaluation of the bid because the site occupancy isn't part of the overall contract price. It is act as a bonus and penalty to keep the contractor on site. And he bids a certain number of days, and if he's over days, there's a penalty, and if he's under, there's a bonus to keep them on site. So it's pretty typical for road and bridge projects for the county.
No, just making sure it's still in.
Michelle?
I just have a question, a clarification through the chair. You said that the maintenance budget would increase by 150,000, and on my thing, it only says 50,000.
You are correct, it's 50,000.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Any other comments? Lloyd?
We're not going to have further problems, you don't think, like down the road? Are we going to have to do some more work to this road in a couple of years?
I'm reluctant to put that on. But the intent of this project is to mitigate the snow and operational costs, and that's the primary focus of this, to mitigate those problem areas. And yes, by raising the road up, utilizing material from the back slopes improves the road cross-section to mitigate that.
No.
He's putting his reputation on.
So, go ahead, Blaine.
Well, I just got a comment. I agree with Richard, and I think by just increasing the budget, the maintenance budget 50,000, just putting a Band-Aid on the situation, and if I commend you for going through the extra work of reevaluating and getting it close to budget. So if we have it in the budget, I think we should go ahead and agree with Richard and fix the problem, or tentatively fix the problem. Like you said, won't go on record either saying that we're going to solve the problem, but maybe at least mitigate some of the issues that we've had over the years. So I am in favor of the motion.
So I'm going to say one thing that we haven't thought of yet. When this road came in and we put it in the budget, yes, it was a big, huge problem for getting that cleared out of there. Like Richard said, we had to have graders and everything there for days on end or weeks on end. But since that time, we have bought blowers and stuff to take care of these problems. We don't know if it's going to be $50,000 a year. That's just an estimate to keep this clean. is it not wise to maybe hold off for a year and see how it goes? We bought the equipment to take care of stuff like this, and now we're spending $600,000-$700,000 on a road that we actually bought equipment to help out with in the wintertime. Otherwise, the snow, the road is a fairly good road as it is. We're just fixing it for snow purposes. So I'm just throwing it out there. That's why we spent the money on these blowers and stuff like that to take care of it. And we're overlooking it. We're not using all the data that we could have if we go a year with using blowers and seeing how it goes. But go ahead, Dustin.
Well, I disagree with your comment, just for the simple fact the blowers don't fix drifting problems. They just make more of them. Anytime you cut a square edge when you move snow, it takes and makes the drifts just finger over top of your square edge and creates a bigger drift. Blowers are meant for clearing where you can't clear with a grader, not a solution as to where you have problems.
That's what your snow fence is for, though.
Oh, there's another cost in snow fencing. And if I know that area fairly well, and I wouldn't be out there putting snow fence up because I don't think it's going to do you any justice. I think we're on the right track with giving this a go. The Robson Cooley Road is a very interesting beast, to say the least. And I think Richard's on the right path with his motion.
Any other comments? You have a motion.
I just wanted to make the comment that that road over the years has been put on as a project, but then there was always something that was more important or had more priority. I'm happy, I'm glad that we're going to get this done finally after all these years. Yes, there is the snow blower part. I looked at that and I thought, wow, yeah, we got that thing. That's great. But being a pretty main thoroughfare, east-west, I think it should be brought up to the standard that we've come up with now, because that snow blower is going to be over more in the Elkwater country, I think. So, yeah, I'm good with my motion.
Any other comments? Michelle?
This was budgeted for like last year, wasn't it? Yeah.
No, it was 5 years ago in the plan.
But it's been budgeted for.
Okay, no other comments? Vote? That's carried. What are we on to? 9.2. Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, through the chair. Township Road 202, before you is a request for decision to change the level of service for this particular road. It's a request for council to approve a service change to Township Road 202 from the intersection of Highway 41 to west of Range Road 11. The service change would include restoring the present deteriorating oiled surface road back to a gravel surface. This section of the Township Road 202 begins at the intersection of Highway 41 and extends east for approximately 2.65 kilometers, then returns to gravel for the remaining section. The road serves as in the agriculture area community and the oil and gas, which has the gas facilities in close proximity, as well as a new solar farm. The road is presently banned at 75% due to the damage susceptibility caused by heavy use. And that's not volume-based use, that's just heavy use, that whether we don't catch a vehicle going down that road and causing damage. Public Works spends approximately 3 days per year repairing surface damages, restoring rutting, potholes, and deterioration areas. The present traffic count on this road is approximately 50 vehicles per day, with no residents along the road. The surface has reached a stage requiring restoration of the entire section of oil. It is recommended, due to the limited use, that this section be returned to gravel. The present traffic to the gas plant's facilities primarily uses the access route via Highway 545, which is paved and band-free, and Range Road 11, which is paved and band-free. We invested significant dollars in completing a structural overlay on Range Road 11 in 2019 to support the heavy use traffic in this area to focus on that route. So due to the poor condition of the oil section of Township Road 202, administration is recommending restoring this segment back to gravel. The existing oil gravel surface would be incorporated into the road grade surface to increase the strength of the existing road. The surface would then receive a layer of surface gravel and be maintained throughout the year along with the remaining section of the graveled surface. So looking at the costs of doing this work, to restore approximately 2.65 kilometers of the oil-bound surface is $15,000, and it's handled by our in-house equipment and staff. And it includes reclaiming the existing surface by pulverizing the oil and aggregate and incorporating it into the material of the road grade. The restoration will also include reshaping the road and compacting the entire road, finishing it off with the surface of gravel. So another option we looked at is mix and relay, add oil, address soft spots under the oil, and relay the surface. Approximately $100,000 of operational costs. Surface would continue to receive repairs as required, and likely would require this every 5 years. So a reference to the MGA here is the same as previous. Division 2 roads, municipality has the direction, control, and management of all local roads within the municipality, and this aligns with the council's strategic plan by access to markets and infrastructure management by effectively and efficiently managing appropriate surface types to drive on. It's administration's recommendation that council direct administration to change the level of service for this township road 202 from Highway 41 north east approximately 2.65 kilometers by restoring the existing oiled road surface back to the gravel surface. All in-house restoration costs to come from the approved 2025 operational maintenance budget already in place. Options for council. The council move the recommended action. The council direct administration to maintain the existing level of service by restoring the oiled condition. That council provide further direction.
Thank you.
And I have a few photos here to help illustrate where. First one there, right up in the top corner of the county, close to the gas plants. The next one there kind of outlines in red the section that is oil, and then it returns to gravel for the remainder portion to Range Road 11. So you can see Highway 41 pavement, Highway 545 pavement, and that. So they have good use of that road, and they typically use it for most of their hauling. So next photo. This kind of shows what typically happens every year just with the condition of the road. The ruts measure out through the road. Next photo. And this is just blowout conditions as water infiltrates the surface and weakens the road, and we're ongoing maintaining this section of road. It's another photo illustrating how heavy use trucks will push the asphalt, shoving it out, or the oiled surface pushing it out. Just doesn't have, it's not the appropriate surface type for the use of this road. So that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, feel free to ask.
Shane. Well, I was going to make the motion that we should pave it. No, I'm just kidding. No, go ahead with the motion will be to make your recommendation that council direct administration to change the level of service on Township 202. Oh, don't we have a paving machine that fixes everything?
Any questions or comments? Vote?
He missed it.
I heard it. That's carried. Yeah. Well, that's not asphalt, that's oil. Don't you know the difference? I thought you were a paving crew. 10.1.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you through the chair. Earlier today, council received a presentation on the Cypress County investment attraction strategy. Before you is an RFD to direct administration on the next steps. The strategy outlines target sectors as well as a detailed implementation. And as you can see, the recommended motions from administration are to approve the investment strategy as presented and endorse its implementation across the organization. And the second part is to direct administration to develop a phased implementation plan with a corresponding budget proposal to be presented to council in future budget cycles.
Dustin?
I will move the first part of the motion.
Any questions or comments on it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does this impact our upcoming conversations when it comes down to levels of service and our prioritization and things like that? I know the presentation today was great, and I know that when it comes down to economic development, where we're going is good. I'm just curious whether or not this kind of the conversation about prioritization, where we're spending our money, whether that needs to be happening. I know it's happening in a couple weeks. I'm just wondering if we should be having that discussion prior to, what is our strategy and how does it relate to our overall strategy right now, I guess is what I want to have kind of answered in my own head. Just kind of curious on the conversation on that.
Thank you through the reef to Councillor Kerwin and to all of council. So the investment and traction recruitment strategy that was presented today, hand in hand with the economic development strategy that council approved a few months ago, we'll have bits and pieces of them that will come back to future budgets, the budget coming up in September and after that, and we'll sit down with council and say these are the things we think are the priorities. I know in the economic development strategy there were some priorities. I think in this particular strategy as well there were priorities. I believe that the presenter from Deloitte actually said that, these are, we've put in order what we think the priorities are. So we'll place them into each of the budgets, and then council can determine at that point whether or not they would like to move ahead with that particular piece, and we'll explain at that time why each of those are something that would be a priority, something that are pressing, something that needs done. That will go hand in hand with service level discussions, because at some point economic development will be a key driver in service levels. If we don't have economic development and there's no businesses being attracted and there are no businesses being retained, then it will lead to an obvious surface level discussion at some point. So we will have a list of things both out of this strategy and of the economic development strategy that will be included in the budget deliberation coming up in just a few weeks.
Any other questions?
So Deloitte, we're done with that now? There's no more input from them? Okay, the funding is done, and it's, okay. We're on our own now. Okay, which is good. That's all.
Okay, not seeing any other questions. Vote. That's carried. Somebody want to make a second motion or second part? Blaine? Sure. You're good with the second part? Yeah. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. All right. No CAO report, no, where are we at here? 13.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Members of council, in front of you today, you have attached to this particular RFD is 5 pieces of correspondence that came in. I would point out in particular the thank you card from the Schuler Association for the donation that we made to their poker rally, and the Dunmore Equestrian Center invitation for September 6th for their grand opening. I think they are looking for some participation from elected officials at the grand opening. And there is also one other one that just came to us just the other day, that the Irvin Resource Center parade is looking to have some participation from the county. There'll be a hot dog lunch served from 12 to 2, and they'd either help. They would like us to either help with the barbecue or serve, and that will be on Saturday, August 30th, the Irvin Resource Center.
Okay, I was going to address both of those in my reports, but I'll, the Urban Resource Fund or the parade, Ian's already asked me, and I think Richard and I are going to join him in the parade and then go to the dinner after, or the luncheon afterwards. Anybody else is welcome to come if they want to come out. And then the Dunmore Equestrian one on the 6th of September, I just got the information the last couple of days and I'm already booked, but for the ribbon cutting, Blaine has agreed to go and do the ribbon cutting and do a small speech, but everybody else is welcome to come and be there for it. And I'm sorry I can't make it, but I've been booked for months on it, so on my business. So that's all I was going to do those in my reports, but I'll just do it right now in this since it was brought up. You have a question?
Well, just, it would be nice to know if anybody else is thinking of going. I'm going to join Blaine at Dunmore Equestrian Center and also at Irvin, but do we have any other people that are considering going?
I'm going to the equestrian.
Okay.
Shane's going.
Gives us an
We'll have
idea.
a few people there.
Okay, good. We'll just stand by while Blaine participates in the ribbon cutting, maybe, yeah.
I appreciate the support coming down to help out with my award. That's great. Thanks, guys.
Okay, can I get a motion to accept what the heck were we on here? Lloyd's making motion for the correspondence. Oh, Michelle?
I just have a question. What is this thing for the community grant save the date, like for June 4th, 25? Isn't that over with already?
Yeah, that was just a thank you.
It was just,
Thank you card for going.
oh, that's, okay. Well, the thank you card is from the Schuler Poker Rally. It had nothing to do with that, though. I was just curious if it was something I was missing or what, because it was on, I think, an earlier agenda, and now it's back again, so.
I thought it was both thank you cards.
Unless I missed something. It's the very first of the information. It says, save the date, community grant presentation, June 4th, 2025.
Yeah. Oh, I put the two, yeah.
It was likely included in error.
Yeah.
I wasn't there.
Well, we know. The rest of us were there.
I thought it was for next year.
All right, Lloyd's moved them. Move these. Vote. That's carried. Reeve and councilor reports. I just went through the couple things I had for mine. Other than that, MPC and Mr. Hogan and I did do the RCMP, what do we call it? It was online about us getting charged, and Paul was right. It is going to go up 57% next year. That's probably the low end. It's probably going to be more than that. And there isn't anything we can do about it. That's the way the province is going. I guess when we get into talking in September, maybe it's something we should talk about, maybe looking at some regional partners that already have that police service in place, and maybe it'd be cheaper or cost the same amount, and we'd have some control of what's going on, to maybe look at a regional partnership that way. But in saying that, nobody's brought that up. If we do something like that, are we not obligated to pay the province? That hasn't been brought to the table yet, so that would be a request that we would have to look into, to talk to the minister and see if we went that avenue, would that happen? But other than that, was there anything else in that?
Mr. Reeve, to your point, just this morning I received an invitation from the Municipal Affairs Minister, Mr. Williams, offering us a potential spot at RMA in the fall to have a meet and greet, and because I don't think very many people in this room are familiar with the new minister, it might be a good opportunity, and then we could talk about the formula by which we pay for policing based on equalized assessment, which we all, I think, agree is patently unfair to rural municipalities.
That's great that we got the meet and greet. Dunmore Days. Oh, yeah. So, Dunmore Days was this weekend. Thanks to all the councillors that came out, helped me flip pancakes and shake hands there. It was a good morning. It was slower than usual, but there was some other stuff going on in the city, so it kind of took away from Dunmore Days. But it was a very good day. It was from 9 in the morning till 11 at night, so there was lots of things. Even though it didn't look like there was a lot of people there, through the whole day there was a lot of things going on. So it was a good time. Again, thanks to all the councillors that helped out. Where are we going to start? Robin, you want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, Dunmore Days this weekend was good, well attended and well organized. And then also just a shout out to Beth. We had I guess we haven't had a council meeting for quite a few weeks, but we had that meet and greet there at, what was it? What's that place called again? The Rustic Kitchen. That was awesome. Yeah, quick thinking to get it indoors and have it, but everybody I talked to seemed good, and I think that's a good culture building event that is only going to get bigger and even better attended down the road. So keep up the good work with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I went to the meet and greet that Robin referred to, Today's council, and a few phone calls about graveling, and got some gravel on the road, so the complaint should go away, and a few Texas gates got cleaned out, so everything's good.
Shade?
Yeah, we went to the agri-food reception there. That was great, Beth. It was fun. And, yeah, like you said, no council meetings for a while, and just doing some phone calls, dealing with a few issues. That's about it.
Well, thank you.
Sir?
And I have to echo that, Beth. It was good. I really enjoyed that. On the 3rd, I went to the Elkwater Community Association meeting, and there were two things I'd like to bring up. I just want to give acknowledge the Deputy Fire Chief from Elkwater, who came in and gave a spiel on doing the Fire Smart program for people who have been asking for it lately. And he's donated his time to do that, and I thought that was pretty good. And he gave about a 10-minute spiel, everybody that was there about it. And the second one is to one of the captains on the Elkota Fire Department. He texted me when we had all that rain and the lightning storms, and he said that the satellite system detected a lightning strike in a field just off the 41 close to the park. So anyways, he called the landowner to go and look at it. It was enough to set the alarm off, so I'm gathering it was just a small fire, but the rain had put it out. The guy went out, landlord went out, or the landowner, sorry, went out and checked it, and it was out. So when I was at the meeting, I'm sitting beside the parents, and they were so happy about it, and their son wasn't too thrilled about the satellite system when it first came out, didn't know if it was worth it, and now he's happier than hell that we got it. So, but the reason I want to thank the captain, he was in Scotland with his daughter she was competing in some dancing contest. He got it, he checked it. He's one of the guys that are responsible for obtaining the information from the satellite when it goes off in our area. And then he's the one who phoned the landowner and sent me the text, so I thought that was pretty good of him. So, and then MPC, and then Pancake Days in Dunmore, and then just today. And 2 minor little calls that the staff looked after for me out there, and that's it.
Richard?
Question for those 2 fellows beside you. Anything interesting happening at the landfill in Red Cliff? All is quiet?
No meeting.
Okay, thank you. Just curious. I haven't had any meetings that I've gone to. I've done some face-to-face over coffee and a luncheon. Just mostly inquiries. How come I can't burn? How come I can't do this? A few other things easily solved. Beth, I met some people at that presentation that I hadn't met before, and I thought that was great that we got to meet new people, new ratepayers, so well done. I sit on the board for the Milk River Water Council of Canada, and I'm done, right, at the end of, done like dirt at the end of October, but they're having a strategic planning session, and it's in Lewiston, Montana. I told them I wasn't going to be going. I just didn't want to incur any more costs when I know I'm not going to contribute afterwards, so we're not going to have a representative by that time, but I just thought, well, if somebody's interested, maybe they can approach the Reeve and say, hey, maybe I'd like to sit on that committee, or I want to learn something. So I needed to throw that out to you. I am going to represent the county. We've got an invite for the Special Olympics Canada Summer Games. It's a media conference, and Dan is not available on that Friday, September 12th, so he has asked me to represent him there, so I'll go for that and represent Cypress County, because we did do a substantial amount of money to them. And yeah, I think that's about it. I was at Dunmore Days, yes. Again, met some new people, and I thought we got some attaboys and attagirls out of it, so that's always great. And yeah, well worth attending, so that's it.
Dustin?
It has been a while since the last meeting, so I guess since last council, Quonset Days did happen. I was going to pass along their thanks from their board of directors to the county for their support as usual when maintaining the roads and the use of some of their equipment. They did break $1 million donated to ALS this year, so that's a huge achievement on their behalf. I guess since then, I've had an MPC meeting along with helping out at the breakfast at Dunmore Days. Also fielded quite a few phone calls about Highway 3 once again, and some people's disappointment in the Alberta government's lack of communication and lack of interested in continuing on, giving some information. They sent out a fluff letter here a little while ago that pretty much said nothing, and that's kind of what sparked the conversation again. A lot of people are very frustrated that there's no plans moving forward. Some people that know they're going to get wiped out by this highway are really wanting to plan for their futures, and there's nothing happening. So I guess, I'm not sure if we need to go anywhere with it, but that's just some of the disappointment that's been shared with me. On a more positive note, I've also got a lot of pats on the back from ratepayers talking about the fire bans and not having them throughout the summer, and us being more proactive in bringing them on and off when necessary, and people are really excited about being able to have more campfires and things like that. So attaboy to, I guess, Jason and his staff on that one.
Blaine?
Yeah, not super busy, of course, with the summer holidays. Did present the Farm Family Award to the McNeils at the Stampede on behalf of the county. That was good. They were quite happy about receiving that award. Yeah, and just a shout out again that the Irvin 20 Mile Post Days will be going on at the end of the month. Their annual rodeo and parade and festivities. I think they got some tractor pulls and stuff, so inviting everybody out to come out to that. I do have a question for the staff, though. I've had a few concerns, questions about the trees, the dead trees along the CP rail. You know, this drought's been awfully hard on trees, and just some questions about, I guess, liability concerns about what happens if the wind blows them over and end up on our road. Who's responsible for dealing with some of those? There's quite a few of them actually, dead trees along there, so I wonder if somebody could just respond to that.
Through the Reeve to Councillor Post, I believe those trees are on CP right away. We could certainly send a letter to the railway asking them that these elderly trees, maybe the railway needs to take a look at them. Given the railway's concern about municipal issues, I'm not sure where that letter would be effective, but because they're not on our right-of-way, we would just have to wait until they get blown over onto our right-of-way, and then we would take care of it from there. But we certainly could send a letter to the railway suggesting that these trees in the hamlet of Irvin are getting elderly and potentially could pose a danger. We'd be happy to do that.
Maybe that's something that we could maybe construct for the next meeting or something like that, and look at that. That would probably carry a little weight with the residents that we're doing something about it.
We will have a draft ready for the next council meeting.
Since the last meeting, I attended that agri-food reception, which was a really good one, I thought. I served Stampede breakfast at Cypress County Foundation on Stampede kickoff. I watched Blaine give his award to the Farm Family of the Year at the rodeo. Signed checks a couple of times at Cypress View, and then today. That's about it.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment. Like, I sit on Highway 320 in association, and I've had a few calls too about Highway 3. I was wondering if it's time that we write a letter to the minister stating the frustration upon our residents. You know, like Dustin said, a lot of them, they're going to get wiped out and they want to move on. But this delay is really affecting them, both business and mentally. And it's something that we should be looking at, that the government should be stepping up and proceeding a little quicker than they are.
Do you want to make a motion for that? I don't have a...
Yeah. Well, that Dustin is his area there.
Yeah, irrelevant either way, but yeah, I think the biggest problem is we got told we were going to have see some new documentation by May of this year, and now we're sitting in August, and there's still no timeline as to when we're going to see it. So I would like to make that motion that we write the letter to the Minister of Transportation regarding Highway 3 and the timelines on behalf of our residents.
Do you need any more clarification on that, or you're good?
No, and if the motion passes, we'll have that letter ready for council by the next council meeting as well. Or sooner if council determines they would like it sooner.
Yeah, if it's written and you guys want it signed and out, we can do it right away if you want.
Sooner the better.
Okay, you heard the motion, it's on the floor. Any questions on it? Vote. It's carried. Okay. Yeah, please. Robin's making a motion to receive the reports. Is there any more questions on the reports? Vote. Carried. All right, I need a motion to go in camera. Lloyd is making a motion to go in camera. Thank you guys for coming today and watching. Have a good day. Oh, vote.
In case you want to know.
I don't want to know.
Hair dye.
You want to read this? The council approved the hosting of 2026 SiteLink Forum in Cypress County, Alberta, and allocated a total cost of $65,000 US to fund the event with a $10,000 draw from the 2025 Economic Development Budget and the remaining balance from the 2026 budget. That again is made by Lloyd. Want. Vote. It's carried. Today's meeting is adjourned.